keep things as tight as he could, but I'm not sure he's kept it very tight, actually. Again, it's the old thing with the hand on the table and a possible long red. I tell you what, with the black available to the right corner, it's quite an important shot, this. Oh, it's fantastic, isn't it? Two things to say. John's safety shot for him was very weak, but it was made to look worse by that pot. It's a question of whether the last frame has just slightly blunted the, the cutting edge of his game. But whether that's true. Very nicely played. So easy to finish over the top of the red, but as you can see, he's sidestepped that red. See John looking in his chair there, realising that his safety is going to have to be watertight, isn't it, today? That's one thing he's fully aware of. Beautiful, beautiful. We didn't have to go into them there. You know, it's one of those, if you go into them and you don't get on when you say, well, it's the wrong shot, but clearly it is not the wrong shot. It's beautifully played. Fizzed the cue ball through. He loves a plant, doesn't he? I mean, there's about 6 reds in open play, and he keeps looking at the 2 reds as if he's not got enough to go at. Surprised he played on this. I mean, he may well get it, but he felt that the table was open enough already without going for this plant so soon. Not perfect by any stretch. Willing the cue ball to stop. I think he's on the left-hand red of the 5, in the middle of the table. And quite honestly, at that sort of mid-range, he's lethal. Never seems to look like missing one.
hurdles there, and great chance for 5-2, and of course that means you're guaranteed a lead of some sort coming back this evening. I guess the question's going to be later, if we can throw it forward, if he does get himself into a winning position, how will he feel then? We may well find out in a few hours' time.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Of course, if he were to win this frame, a lot might depend on what happens in the remainder of the session, because if it's a long lead, then you know, he may not find it quite so pressurised. This frame is not over.
66.
Well, another dazzling break this, and this is for a 5-2 advantage. So he lost that near half-hour frame, but you wouldn't have known it. Just straight back into it again. John Higgins left the initial chance. Who is it? He's taken it.
Yeah, I mean, even now, you know, the cue ball's not been on a string. He's been a few ins and outs, the plant he took and the shot that followed it. But ultimately, 2 pots to left corner, one at the start, which was an absolute delight to watch, actually, and another recovery pot. He's a player that is absolutely brimming with confidence right now, and he is an extremely dangerous player for that reason. A, he's very good, and B, he feels like he can pot anything, it seems. And the results he's had this week are the reason for that, aren't they?
Well, he's playing in the first session, the sort of snooker he played in the final session against Neil Robertson, when, of course, he started out 7-1 down. He didn't play anything like that in the Scottish Open final, but as you say, 2 big frames coming up now for John Higgins. Certainly would need to win one of them, would love to win them both. 5-4 actually would feel like a massive result for him. If he loses them both, then it's a big, big ask for even him coming back tonight. Because this man has brought his A game to the final. Attempting now to make his 3rd century of the session. Surely going to do it. What a performance this is from China's Wu Yize against one of the greats of our sport. Superb. That's his 13th century of this tournament. By the way, the record in a ranking event is 18, but of course that's in the World Championship, Chazzy. We have done that, but of course much.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very typical break of Wu Yize. You know, it's not absolutely immaculate cue ball like someone like Ding Junhui, for instance, would make. You know, it's eventful. It's more of a Judd Trump break, isn't it? When Judd is in his full flight, you know, occasionally he'll drop half out of position and find a way back in. So that sort of player we're seeing, and it's absolutely exhilarating to watch, quite honestly.
Well, I said John Higgins had restored calm to the final, winning that last frame. He's back now in the eye of the storm, because Wu Yize has stepped in and made a total clearance. His 3rd century of the final to lead 5-2.
I could look at this shot all day, this opening red, the way he struck it beautifully. I mean, John didn't play a great shot. There's not much room through there to pot it, but then, you know, the break, had his few little issues, not here. This was very good, and he went into them. That was a lovely shot, but he did sort of leave a plant which he seemed absolutely drawn to, which I don't think he had to play, quite honestly, because that's only the break, but he did play it, and then he had to sort of recover the situation here, which he did very nicely. Mid-range red, which sort of has them sort of shots for breakfast, quite honestly. He's so good at them. And then at this point, you know what's going to happen. He's going to go on and get the frame one and lead. Oh, certainly going into tonight, but of course we don't know by what score. Another century. Brilliant stuff. Finishes with a left-handed shot on the pink. What a player. At the moment, he's got the measure of John, but the session is not done yet.
Electrifying break from Wu Yizer, a total clearance of 137, his third century of this final, to lead John Higgins 5-2. So 2 more frames to play in this session. So if Higgins could somehow get back to 5-4, it feels like a big result for him. We'll see. But if he loses this one, Higgins, then surely he's got to win the last. Have some sort of chance. I know I mentioned he came back against Trump that time, but that doesn't happen every week by any means.
I agree that if he got to 5-4, then he'd be absolutely doing handsprings, because he can't imagine that you know, he's been completely outplayed, really. I know he's won 2 frames, and John Higgins is the great competitor, but he's not even able to contain him with safety, and he's not scoring as much. And Wu Yizer is in the balls. But that's not really anything against John, because I think he'd be doing it to most players on today's performance. That's a nice shot. Well, there looks to be a red to right middle, and John needs something to come his way. Our old friend damage limitation we're at, aren't we? What sort of deficit is he going to have going into tonight? That's why these 2 frames are very big for him. That's not the start that, of course, he wanted. Wu Yizer, I tell you what, he almost ran to the table there when he saw this missed. He was out of his chair so quickly. This is very difficult with the rest. Well, he's good, isn't he? But he, you know, sometimes sometimes you have to think that he's only human still, because that was not a particularly good shot to be playing, I don't think. I think every red seemed to move on the table there.
It's almost sort of overexcitement, like you say. He sort of rushed to the table. It's always going to be a big shot.
The only thing I would say, Dave, is that the pink and black are safe, so even if John Potts are ready, he's not... Where's his colour coming from? You know, it's not easy. So that's the only thing that was good about it from Ruiz, because it didn't look great.
Well, certainly, if anyone was nodding off, which is unlikely in this match, but they were woken up there.
Tell you what, it was a very brave shot to play from John. You've got to admire him for trying to play on the black there. I mean, had he potted the black, it would have been tied up. Now he's got a slight issue of covering that red, although he probably will find a way, knowing him. It's an unusual early few shots in a frame, this. It's a frame John absolutely needs to win. Yes, maybe cushion first. And maybe even get to it directly, it seems. Oh, he loves the plant, doesn't he? That was a horrendously difficult one. I thought he could have played cushion first on the red, seeing it from the low angle, but just getting a little bit excited, isn't he, this frame? He's played two rash shots, it has to be said. In a bit of trouble, let's be honest, but I wonder if that was the right option. Well, that's position Z that John's finished in there. Both players are seeing a little bit of feeling a bit of pressure, it seems, in this frame. John's getting them in ones.
The worst thing for him is that Ruiz has played two pretty loose shots, really big shots, but he's been punished for them. Did try and get the black initially off the first red that he attempted with the rest.
Yeah, I mean, he's played a couple of outlandish shots, really, hasn't he? Ruiz, and hasn't been punished. So you get the feeling this is the kind of frame John would not be uncomfortable playing against Ruiz right now. Just one where he could just almost wing it, you know, and find a way of getting over the line. It doesn't necessarily mean he'll win it, because Ruiz pots everything when he's in. I mean, even this, you know, he'd be nervous about leaving something like this on. There's about 3 reds you can play here, 3 or 4 different reds. It's very hard to be critical of someone as great as John Higgins, but it was a bit of a nothing shot, wasn't it, that he played? He's going to leave a pot of some description.
Yeah, he needed the cue ball on the cushion, didn't he? He didn't get that. So this time, he has not won in. Just on the centuries, as I say, he's made 13 in the tournament. Now, outside of the World Championship ranking events, the record is 14. Mark Allen in this very event in 2018. Obviously, the World Championship with much longer matches. So, just worth keeping an eye on that. But he seems, he just fancies potting everything. I mean, he's taking everything on and he's getting plenty.
Yeah, I know, but how many can he make here? With the, these high-value colours are bolted down, aren't they? So it'd be interesting to see what he can do. He'd love to be able to pot that red by the blue at least. That would at least free the blue up. At the moment, he's got nothing to work with. If he could get on the blue here, or as I say, pot the red at some point, that might get the frame started for him. It's a very difficult table. Well, that has unlocked the frame a tiny bit. Still the pink and black safe, but there were possibilities of making 40 here, which would seem a lot under the circumstances. Now, for a player that's made 3 centuries, you think, well, why would 40 be a lot? Well, in the context of this frame, it would be, I think.
When he attempted that earlier red with the rest, the balls went everywhere, colours went into safe positions. So every frame's different, every challenge is different, no two breaks really the same. But as long as the balls are going in the pockets, he'll be favourite to win the frame.
Yes, he's on the left-hand red, but with no great angle. As you can see, he'd probably hit the other red. Have to hit this with a lot of pace, I think, to get onto a colour. Ball's flying around everywhere, but he's developed a red crucially now. If this blue goes in, he's got more reds to play with now. Now, what a player he is. Yeah, up and down with no fear of anything in bulk being hit. He's quite an unconventional player, I mean, his cue action, the tip of the cue doesn't ever get very close to the cue ball at any point, and the backswing is very expansive. Never really addresses the cue ball. There's nowhere near it, as you can see there. It's most unusual. Paul Hunter did it. The late great Paul Hunter, but not many others.
was a real adventure, that break, wasn't it? And it has ended eventually at 40.
Yeah, I said he'd be pleased to get a 40 break. He probably wanted a few more when he got there. Still a handy lead, though. He's all at sea, isn't he, John? I don't know. Don't quite know what he must have played there. Because he's nowhere near being on a colour. At least he can just get the pink into play. At the moment, he's going nowhere, isn't he?
Yeah, it feels like he's sort of clinging on, but if he could win this frame, suddenly he's got a chance to get out of there 5-4.
See what he's trying to get the thinnest of edges. Oh, a free ball. Oh, well, that's changed a few things. Well, when User played that shot, he didn't foresee that happening. It could be a game changer.
Yellow ball.
Well, something has come out of nothing here for John Higgins. And he looked very disconsolate when he potted the red and got nowhere on his colour. That was a few shots back now. He just seen something for him way back into the frame. And boy, does he need to win it. Takes some winning all the same, but he now has put himself in there with a chance because the red and the black down the cushion are going to be dealt with. played the shot and just had a change of mind, I think, as to how he's going to play it.
14.
Still some snooker to be played in this frame. Never mind the session, another frame after this, but a lot will hinge on how this frame unfolds from here. Because he's still got a lot of work to do to get on that last red.
20.
Yeah, we'll see where he is on it if he gets to it, but he missed one, didn't he? Right at the start of the match, very similar. Positioned on that cushion.
Does not want to be straight. He does not want. Has he got any angle? If there is, I think it's a very slight angle. Tried to move it, I think. Maybe playing behind it. Seeing it again, maybe he tried to play him behind it. And he will not be pleased. Eve is fully aware with his experience of the importance of this frame. So now a big safety shot is what he requires. Johnny's 6 behind, but it feels like he's almost in front in the frame on bounce. What an amazing shot that was. Well, that is the safety shot of the match for me. And John even has to acknowledge it.
This is such an important part of this final, isn't it? Higgins clinging on, desperate to get this frame on the floor. He's looking to set up the chance to go 7-2 up and winning the last.
Well, he played a very good shot earlier, but that is a really poor shot. Very poor. It's not what he meant, clearly. I'm sure he tried to get him behind the yellow. Well, looks to me like it goes easily, but I don't think that could be accurate because John wasn't sure. Obviously much too much so the match revolves around this frame, but you can get the feeling that if Higgins lost this frame, the match could be gone. Or hard to come back from, because it's that kind of a frame really in a session with a lot of very easy frames that have not gone close. This is a bit of a nail biter. He's really stretching, goodness me. So John looks to have found a way in this frame. He's up to and including the pink.
Judd Trump said about the three members of the class of '92, he's never seen three people who want to win so much. We've seen a bit of that here. Higgins just kind of hauling himself over the line in this frame. Got to be said though, Wu Yiza did present the chance. It was a big mistake. Big frame all round. So the pink to close to 5-3, and he will have the chance to end the session just one behind, which the way Wu Yiza's played would be a major result for the Scot. Relief for Higgins, nice clearance. Wu Yiza still in front, but it could have been 4. In fact, it's just 2, and a big last frame of the session coming up. Wu Yiza leads John Higgins 5-3. Well, it's got to be said, it's a terrific match. Very interesting viewing. And that was another important frame, probably the biggest so far.
Yeah, and there's a few rash shots, it has to be said, amongst all the brilliance from Wu Yiza. You know, that shot earlier with the rest, which he moved almost every red on the table. Then he got in there with this visit, and you thought, well, he's doing this so well, he gets to break a 40, and it was hard graft with the high-value colours safe. And then it all ended for him. And this was a, you know, you felt could be a major turning point, because he left a free ball on this shot, which no one really saw that come. Higgins didn't get the frame 1. There was another little exchange. Then Wu Yiza played a quite bad shot, actually. Whether it'll be part of this little highlights package, but where he didn't get the last red safe. This is where John's break come to an end. And the shot before was where Wu Yiza just played a bad shot. Left the cue ball in the middle of the table and the red in the middle of the table. And he paid the full price, lost a frame. So it's a very interesting session, as we've said, and I think there's a lot of snooker to be played in this match from here, and a lot will hinge right now on who gets his last frame 1.
Yeah, and the players will have a couple of hours then to collect their thoughts ahead of the concluding session, which could, and I'm sure will, be very exciting this evening. A bit of a damp squib, I guess, last night for the crowd, with Higgins winning for 3 frames, but who knows, if we could need all 10 later.
Last frame of this session.
So enthralling and entertaining, and at times very dramatic. First session of the International Championship final concludes with this frame. It's 5-3 to Wu Yiza. It's one of those, isn't it? You know, the start of the day, you offer him 5-4, he'd be delighted, but I don't think so after the way the session's gone. He's had 3 centuries, he's been the better player, but Higgins has dug himself out in a couple of frames, not least that last one. And he would be absolutely delighted to be 5-4 down.
Yes, of course, the other thing is, you know, we've been out there for the best part of 3 hours with including the mid-session. You know, is he still as sharp at this point as he was at the start, Wu Yiza? Well, that might tell us the answer. Great red. Just got to keep being aggressive. He's got to channel his aggression the right way. He just slightly got excited once or twice in that last frame. But I think 6-3 would be a very fair reflection of the session. You don't always quite get what you deserve with this game. And he's missed that. So there you are. Is he as sharp see that one being missed though. So now just Higgins just getting a little bit of a foothold. And Ruiz is just maybe running out of steam, and perhaps you'll need to regroup.
Well, I did say it was exciting, but someone getting too excited there.
Goodness. Oh my goodness. It's not so much that he missed it, it's more how far he missed it by, and also his reaction. He was up off the shot. I mean, there was someone shouting out a couple of shots back, but he could not blame it on that. Wow. He looks absolutely crestfallen there, doesn't he, in his chair? So that was John's moment, but will he get another one in this frame? Both players almost have to bounce back from an easy miss. There was a pretty straightforward green that Ruiz missed, which is the only one of its kind really in this session, on his last scoring visit.
6.
Yes, it's the last frame of the session, and we're doing it all again tonight, but it feels a very significant passage of play, doesn't it? The 6-3 lead would give him some breathing space, it would give him a cushion, it would give him plenty to work on. He's played in the main extremely well today, with just the odd laps here or there, which I suppose you can expect really from a young player, which he is.
Sort of what I was saying earlier, though. There's been a couple of rushes of blood, haven't there? And would that happen if it were to get near the winning line later? Well, I guess we'll find out in due course.
Very well worked out. This can always go wrong, but the red dropping down bottom left of the screen has helped him here. No end. that a good shot? He's beyond the top red with centre ball striking, but not the one below it. It's just a little bit of a distraction on the green here. And well done. Well done, no problem. There was a possible problem there with that shot, but those sort of medium range shots, I'm saying it all along, he's just unbelievably good.
Such a one.
So left-handed, and he's screwing back off the bunch with his opposite hand here. That's a real talent, isn't it? It's a real talent to be able to play a shot like that with your opposite hand. He isn't great on this pink though. He's got more angle than he would have wanted. And if he plays it plain ball, the cue was heading in towards the black. He doesn't want that to happen. So a bit of care has got to go into the shot. Distracted, I think, and maybe crucially by the chipping away from the cushion of the black. What a moment. He looks more than disappointed, and I understand why, because he seemed to have this frame in the bag for a while. He's not favourite to win it now.
Well, he's outscored John Higgins by over 300 points, but could and really should now just be one frame in it coming back tonight. What a result this would be for Higgins.
All I'll say is he just got to recover a little bit, John, from a really bad black that he missed, and he missed it by a mile. I'm sure he can put it behind him because of all the experience, but he did play it badly. Here he is with this chance. Shouldn't be a problem here, but he doesn't want to take low value colours. I don't think he's intending to, because he doesn't want to be needing the pink at the end, but would be surprised if he hadn't got the frame secured by the time the pink is the ball on. Little rest shot he's got to play. So not simple from here. Quite as he meant, and again he'll look at the scores and just want to ensure he doesn't take colours that are too low in value. No, that's fine. what this frame means in the context of the match. I'm not going to know until after it finishes, but it feels a pretty big one.
Well, I think we can say that Ruiza has played well enough and certainly had the chances to be further than 5-4 in front. 3 centuries, knocked in some incredible balls, but has also made a few key errors. It's all on John Higgins at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, there's been times in the session where he's been hanging on grimly, hasn't he? Just trying to get something out of it. And as you said, you know, if he were to get 4 frames out of it, out of a possible 9, he'd have done well. So now, crucially, he will not need the pink.
No, it's 4 pots now. To very much stay in touch when they return later. One thing John Higgins has got, of course, is all the experience in the world. He's seen every scenario you can imagine in a big final. Missed that black earlier. I mean, if you lost the frame off that, it would have been a tough couple of hours, I think, before the next session. As it is, brown and blue will be delighted as they leave the arena. Now, I think we all thought it was a fascinating matchup before a ball was potted, and it still is. The experienced all-time great against the young gunslinger. And there's only 1 frame in it at the halfway stage.
Yes, yeah, I was going to say there's some points have got to be put on the board here. Still, so he's still got more points to go on. You'd be pleased to know. And he'll be putting this in or over the pocket. Not in, but over. And the points are correct now, to John's great relief.
Yes, it's 1 snooker required.
I mean, stranger things have happened, but I mean, you've probably got 1 go at this, haven't you, to get behind the black. John will be probably relieved more than anything else.
Ruiza has scored 301 more points in this match. Of course, those 3 centuries, a big part of that.
Quite a dangerous way to play it there, because I know that he's going to come close to potting this, but you know, there might have been a twice across way of getting behind the black from there. It's a good effort, but well, it might be a swerve. I think John took a little risk playing that treble. He did invite that shot from Ruiza. No, he can't swerve it. I mean, had he missed that, that would have been the plot twist that no one saw coming. That's not quite there this time. Very difficult shot to try and execute.
So John Higgins knocks in the pink and ends a fascinating opening session, and he's still very much in touch. At times he was outplayed. Wu Yiza made 3 centuries. He was knocking in all sorts along the way, but Higgins, using his experience of the big occasion, has dug himself out of trouble. Set up perfectly for when they return. It's Wu Yiza leading 5-4. And they will return in just over 2 hours' time with a lot to think about and a lot to look forward to. We've had so many terrific finals this season, and this is another one in progress as John Higgins looks to win his 34th ranking title. Wu Yiza, of course, his first. So the players can, as I say, think about things and return at 12:30 CET, so 11:30 in the UK. That's 11:30 in the UK on TNT Sports. Philip and Stephen will be here to talk you through the final session as we discover the identity of the 2025 International Championship winner, and it's going to be great viewing, so do join the guys later. But from myself and Neil, it's goodbye.
双方将进行第2阶段的比赛，欢迎继续关注我们国际赛后面的比赛。
admittedly, you know, that comeback against Neil Robertson, that will live long in the memory of a lot of people, actually, including myself. Just how he came back. But ultimately, it was the start that cost him, and it was a much better start today. That could be the difference.
And of course, he had to come back in this tournament against the world #1, no less. 4-0 down to Judd Trump, seemingly out, won 6 in a row, and then won another 6 in a row against Barry Hawkins. An incredible run. And then, of course, toppling the world champion as well, from 4 each at the end of their first session, when he won the first 4 on the resumption. And that's what he's capable of doing, isn't it, Stephen? Putting together these streaks of frames in no time, knocking them in from all angles, and rendering his opponent pretty helpless while he's doing it.
Absolutely, and it's quite scary, to be honest, when you're in the opposite corner, seeing him go on one of those mad sprees of just knocking in balls off the lampshades, really. It really was a special start to this game from Ruiza, but as is so often with these double session matches, you cannot win the game in that session. You can lose it, but you can't win it. And he's going to have to perform well this evening. John Higgins, there's nothing he hasn't seen, nothing he hasn't done in the game. He'll be ready for anything that Ruiza throws at him tonight, but it's just the scoring power that he's shown us this week. That's how he's going to win this final.
One area where Higgins will surely be holding sway is a situation like this, the tactical side of things. So it's up to Higgins to try and keep Ruiza quiet by keeping him in trouble behind those portcullis, preferably on the port cushion whenever possible. Misjudged the 2-cushion escape, so a good safety from Higgins has created an early opportunity to draw level, and that will be some result from 5-2 down, because at that stage Ruiza was threatening to swamp him with his weight of scoring.
So first chance to John, off the back of that good safety shot. Ruiza not able to come up with the answers in the return. And what all great break builders do before getting down and playing anything, just assessing the table, seeing how best to go about this visit. Break came at a good time for Ruiza, because John was just starting to claw his way back in. A couple of scrappy frames towards the end, a couple of mistakes when it had been so clean to begin with. Just gave Wu a chance to go away and gather his thoughts. I think John will be the much more pleased of the two, being just 5-4 adrift. It could have been a whole lot worse as he overcuts that red.
You can see the disappointment on his face. He knows that was an early opportunity to possibly draw level in this final.
No, that could be quite a big mistake from John early on. Didn't see him missing that red. It wasn't all that difficult. Got sight there of that lovely long cue action that Ruiza possesses. Really got any shot available to him, any shot with pace. Cue power just effortless. Controlled that one lovely.
He said this week that he feels that he is a better player than the one who contested those 2 Home Nations finals last, and he feels as though he's cut out a lot of the mistakes that at times set him back in certain matches, found himself too far behind. As Stephen has pointed out, in both of those finals he had a lot of ground to make up.
Set.
But he's maturing all the time as a match player, and in terms of the skill set, well, the sky's the limit.
Yes, and our fellow commentator Neil Folds mentioned earlier in the first session actually that, and he's absolutely right, that the scope for improvement for this young man, it's quite unbelievable really to think the level that he could get to. You're absolutely right, he is a little wet behind the ears still very raw, but the level that he's already playing at is magnificent.
He's already up to a career high 17th in the provisional rankings by getting to this final. Previously his highest 19 earlier this year. But if he does win, he'll be up to 13th, so well and truly ensconced among the seeds for the upcoming UK Championship. This tournament, of course, is the cut-off for that event.
I think what he got up to in the little break, what he did in that little gap, will play a big role, because I suppose he didn't want to allow himself to really think about all those externals, but at 5-4 up, he wouldn't be human if he didn't start thinking of them. And tonight is going to be a case of, can he deal with that? There is a lot on the line, there's an awful lot on the line tonight for him, not just to get his hands on a big trophy, but all the prize money incentives, all the tournament incentives going forward for the rest of the season. We could be about to witness the birth of a new superstar in our sport. I think he'd be a very, very popular winner as well.
One of the big tests clearly is how he's going to handle the occasion, particularly if he gets into a winning position. But that's some way off yet. Yeah, the spin-offs are endless really, in terms of where he'd be on the one-year list if he were to lift the £175,000 first prize. Equivalent points, of course, so he'd be looking good for all three Players Series events. He'd be in next season's Champion of Champions. Seed for the UK. So it's much more than just this title on the line for him today. Just taking a little bit of care to ensure that he can engineer these reds into a position where he can restore a two-frame gap. Mr. Pink in the final frame of the earlier session when he was in the chance. It wasn't easy. And then Higgins cleared up to the blue, and although Wuyiza was able to lay a snooker with just pink and black left, Higgins got out of it and then slotted the pink in for 5-4.
He's doing the right thing here, Wuyiza, just taking an extra second, just making absolutely certain this is a good chance. Yes, when you look at the table, but it's a better opportunity for him to just play his way back into this game after the break, just get rid of any early nerves. The butterflies will be in the stomach, there's no doubt about it, but the best way to control those feelings is with a warm visit.
It would also hurt Higgins if he could turn this into a frame-winning break, because Higgins got the chance, having played that good safety, forced the error, but then overcut the red for this right corner pocket.
He looked very focused, didn't he, when he was introduced into the arena. As I say, there will definitely be nerves, he'll be feeling it, but he looked dialed in.
to think that those two finals last season would have been a great learning experience for him. Ultimately disappointed on both occasions, but having got the experience of a big final under his belt on a couple of occasions, that can only help with this evening's session in mind.
Yes, and unfortunately for the majority of players, they're not just going to walk into big finals and just turn up and blitz everyone. You know, it's a long road to get to scenarios like this. You've got to learn from them sore defeats. And as you say, it would be a priceless lesson really for Ruiz at how those two previous finals went. It was clear from the off that he had learned from them because the start to this match was superb. But of course, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And tonight we're going to learn a lot about him.
So that black means that this red is for a 6-4 lead. And how well has he taken these? It's been a really measured break. Quite often we see Ruiz are flying around the table, raking in the pots. But for Higgins, frustration because he had the chance, he couldn't take it this time. And Wu has punished him like a veteran. That's what it's all about, particularly against the great players like Higgins. When you get the chance, bury it. And that's what he's done here.
74.
He's got to keep doing it if he's going to be champion.
And there's every chance now he can start this evening session with a century break, and of course it'd be a record equaling century break for an individual performance in a tournament outside of the World Championship. It's been an absolute barrage of scoring this week from Ruiz.
Yeah, Mark Allen made 14 in this tournament on his way to winning it 7 years ago. Oh, that's a shame. Just caught the cushion, so the red stays out, but that was a lovely break nevertheless. Exactly the start Ruiz wanted. He leads 6-4.
Yeah, there were so many red. That John would miss. He's a big mistake in the end because that provided this opportunity for Ruiz. That opening red was superb to control it up the table to get top side of the blue perfectly, and then went on to really show us that he's feeling pretty good again tonight after a wonderful start to this match. To kick things off with a big one visit, that was really impressive.
Just the way he went about it, very measured break. That red was academic, the frame was won. The perfect start for the underdog at the outset. perfect start to the final session for Wu Yize. John Higgins overcut a red to the right corner. Wu stepped in with a break of 87. Lead 6-4. 4 frames away from the title.
And it might not be the best of break-offs if John can attempt this red to right corner. Find the cue ball around the back of the black. It's a chance to get in early on in this frame. The sort of shot you see knocked in frequently nowadays. That's always the case when you do knock that red in, you're willing the cue ball to pull up. It was a good pot from John, but going to need another one here on the brown.
Stayed down on it, he wasn't 100% sure, and it did the tour of the lip of the pocket, but it's dropped for Higgins, who really has picked his game up as this tournament has gone on. He very nearly bowed out in qualifying, of course, to Yorkshire's Liam Pullen, winning 6-5 from 5-4 down. Pullen had beaten him in the Gyeong Grand Prix qualifiers, but in the last 2 rounds in particular, he's been outstanding, beating Sean Murphy 6-2, and then demolishing his good friend Stephen Maguire 9-2. In the semis. He really played exceptionally well in both of those matches. But he's missed another red to that right corner. Concerning signs for John Higgins. In twice, but not much to show for either.
Yeah, it wasn't the nicest shot to have to play. To be closer to the red, clearly, particularly because we haven't really had much of a look in so far this evening. Had that good chance in the previous frame and missed a concerning red to the right corner, the same pocket.
Certainty today is that we're going to have our 8th different winner in 8 ranking tournaments this season, and if you include the Invitational Shanghai Masters, 9 different winners, Kyron Wilson having won that tournament at the start of the season.
And of course the last 2 events of last season as well, you could include that to make it 11, so it does just show that the strength and depth on the tour now has never been better. There's a lot of players queuing up to get their hands on some trophies. For so long, you look at the top of the rankings and just kind of presume that the likes of Trump, Kyron Wilson, you know, the class of 92, of course, you've got to include in that they're going to win multiple events, but in recent times it doesn't feel like that. It feels like everyone is standing up to the challenge now.
A good safety from Wu, acknowledged by Higgins. Anytime Higgins taps the table after a safety, you know it's a good one, and that is obviously something Wu is going to have to be competitive in tonight.
Yeah, because John will be wary of Ruiz's abilities from distance. He's knocked in some fabulous long balls, especially in that first session. There was a couple of occasions where John had played safe and caught the ball colours, and hand on table it felt inevitable that he was going to knock them in, Ruiz, and he did do. And this now could be a mistake. That cue ball is going to travel. Well, he was looking for the faintest of edges there, John in trying to return that cue ball back to Borg. Didn't have a lot of room for error, but missing the red completely. It's given Louise a sight at a chance.
It's already noticeable that Louisa is taking a little bit of it. He looks incredibly dialed in at the moment. In fact, he did when he was introduced. He looked a little nervous, but also just absolutely laser focused on what he's got to try and do this evening, get the better of Higgins and win this title.
Yes, and I think if you're in the corner of Louisa, you'd be pretty pleased to see him actually take just that second longer. There was a moment earlier on, it was in the 8th frame, when there was sort of a passage of play where both players were missing quite a lot, and every time Wu came to the table, he was up out of his seat very quickly, almost very excited. Maybe just lost his composure for a moment or two and ultimately paid the price, losing the final 2 frames of the session. And there we see again, not for the first time today, that he's attempted a plant. He doesn't mind a plant.
Yes, it all got a little bit frenetic, didn't it, towards the end of that session on occasion for Wu. It's been anything but that this evening, but the plant eludes him, so Higgins back at the table quickly.
Yeah, and actually at times towards the end of that session when Wu was at the table, it almost looked like he was holding his breath. It was so quick and so erratic at times. I think it's important for him to just breathe out there, just take a second and stay very present. You know, he's playing well. Just try and stay calm. Sometimes the occasion, the moment can build up and it can all get a bit too much, but he's dealt with it so far today. Got very close to that long red, didn't he?
Had he got it perfectly on the black, and it could have been another frame gone south for Higgins. As it is, Higgins now gets a decent chance.
Yeah, it was a brave way to play the shot. It was the correct way to play it. He fully committed and he accepted the consequences in his own mind just to allow him to play that shot properly.
Higgins has been no slouch himself in the scoring stakes this week. He made a century in the first session to take him to 6 for the tournament. It's just been his all-round game that has been so impressive, particularly in the last couple of rounds against Sean Murphy, who's been playing some of the best snooker of the season, and then Stephen Maguire, where he won the first 6 frames, which effectively won him the match.
Quite an important shot coming up here for John. He'd like to disturb some of the reds north of the black. Yeah, controlled it well. He's pushed another red into play, but in the process he's tied a few more up, so obvious frame winning chance just yet for John, but it is a chance. You see all the reds kind of covering one another, so John will need to go into them again at some point.
Higgins does win today, he'll move above Ronnie O'Sullivan in the official ranking list up to 5th place. Winning the World Open last season made such a difference for Higgins, as he said himself ahead of this final. It was pivotal for him in terms of his self-belief. That was what had begun to drain away, having got so close so often in that 4-year spell when he didn't win one. 3 of those 5 finals he lost, he was ahead right at the death and had it snatched from his grasp. So to finally cross the line again just made a world of difference to his self-belief. And then, of course, within a month he was winning again at the Tour Championship, and that was some final against Selby. He was 8-5 down and then won 5 in a row.
Yeah, class is permanent, isn't it? You can never write John Higgins off. You'd be a crazy person to do that. Now, this isn't a straightforward positional shot that John's got here. He's got to go into the reds, sort of a flat line, a straight line, trusting a little bit to luck. He wants to get them open, needs some movement. He's played it well. Just played with a touch of right-hand side there, knowing the cue ball was going to the side cushion. That right-hand side's been just brought it back into the open. And he does have a red to go at here, so he's a couple of good positional shots away from creating a real frame-winning chance now. He's got the reds nicely spread. It's a very important visit, this, for John Higgins, just to stay in touch, but also to send a message. John's target, no doubt, this evening was to come into this first little mini session of 4 frames before the interval and try and win it 3 if he can. 2 each, I feel, would be acceptable, but he'll want 3-1.
Sometimes that overhead angle is a little misleading. He's pretty nicely on the black. Very important visit for Higgins. 7-4, and he'd be in the mire again. He was 5-2 down, of course, earlier. And at that stage, Wu was threatening to pull away completely, but Higgins had other ideas, hung in there and was rewarded. Getting slightly more complicated, this break now. It looks like he's going to be hampered with his next shot. Should be okay though. Years of age now, Higgins, of course. Celebrated the half-century back in May. Williams became the oldest ever ranking event winner when he won the Jeon Grand Prix at the expense of Sean Murphy. Williams born in March. Ronnie O'Sullivan hits the big 5-0 next month.
Well, he has just lost his cue ball for a moment or two. The last few shots he's just been scrambling around for one good positional shot. And again here, faced with a thinner red than it should have been. It's amazing how quickly a break can unravel when on these super fast tables, very reactive, that just lose your cue ball for a split second, you can end up chasing it around the table. And John, from a position a few moments ago where you felt something drastically bad would have to go wrong for him to break down, he's got this brown, which is not a nice brown to have to play. And he's overcut it by quite some weight.
It all started when he landed just a scintilla lower on the black than he wanted to, and then found himself hampered on his next red, and from there things unravelled, and you can see his frustration. 49 in front, but still a potential 67 available. Big shot this for Wu as he looks to get back into this frame. And to win a frame like this would make a huge difference. It would be a major blow to Higgins, who must have expected he'd wrap it up there, and would also put Wu 3 clear, which is a very handy lead in a situation like this.
Yeah, in multi-session matches, players are going to win frames in one visit. You expect it in the modern era. The big breaks, they just fly in, but in these multi-session matches, it's the frames you win shouldn't, when you can pinch them from behind, they make the biggest of differences. And Ruiza with the chance, not ideal on this red, wanted a greater angle on it.
You could see his disappointment when he landed as straight as he did on the red. It made life a lot harder, so Higgins breathes again. Now the difference then, with 59 still available. Whenever you're using pace like that, it just makes the pot so much harder. You've got to be deadly accurate.
I'm just looking at possibly coming thin off a red, maybe trying to leave the cue ball up in the jaws of the green pocket, push the red safe. But that would leave a tempter. Just doing anything there really to try and just contain things, and well, that must have been a last resort really for John to play that shot, because he has left this red on for Ruiza. And he doesn't need asking twice to attempt a pot.
And Another wonderful piece of cueing from Wu Yize. He is so dangerous, fearless as well.
Yeah, it was a good pot, but it was quite an unusual shot from John to leave that red. Not for the first time today. He's played what I suppose could be classed as a nothing shot, really. It's quite a gamble he took, because in potting that long red, Ruiza's got the chance. I suppose John pushed the red somewhat safer towards the left side cushion, but that now really is John's only hope. And what an angle he's got on this brown to come down the table, side cushion, and just flick the bottom red of the two. This could be the frame-winning shot if he gets this right. Oh, he's not found the gap, has he? Well, he's mightily unfortunate there. He was a fraction away from being perfect. If he catches the bottom red of the two pretty fullish, he'd be on the other, and that red would be in play as well. But this frame is still very much live.
And he's finished with Scott Higgins snookered on the two reds, so what a big frame this has now become. Higgins looked nailed on to be winning it. He is having taken on the long red at the start of the frame, missed it by a fraction to the left corner, but then Higgins just lost the cue ball a bit, and in the end missed the brown. Now he's under pressure, even though he's 32 in front, 43 left. But he's played that very well. And when it comes to an understanding of the geometry of this game, Higgins pretty much peerless. Then again, when Wu Yize is at the table, nothing's safe.
Yeah, and he's just served up a John Higgins special there, really. It's usually John we see attempting those doubles and getting them. What a fantastic pot to get himself in. And that is a very well played positional shot also. Here's the double again. He could just get past the first red to find the potting angle of that red into the middle pocket. This black was very nicely played. He's absolutely perfect on this red.
Well, the green is in a slightly tricky position. That's what Higgins will now be pinning his hopes on. Green, and in the process, green to brown. Steal this would be for Wu Yize.
Yeah, and it's possibly a massive frame in terms of the momentum of this match. This could really give Wu Yize a big lift, and equally a big blow to John Higgins.
Hearts in mouths there for a moment amongst Wu Yize fans. Just a danger he might drift in behind that blue, but he's okay.
Well, this green is really not a nice shot to have. He never wanted to have to play it into the right corner pocket, closer to the left corner. That would have been the obvious route, but landed too straight on that yellow. I think it might be too risky to play this pot, because the pace he would have to play it, should he miss it, he would definitely leave it for John. But so far it's been hard to fault the shot selection, because they've all been going in. That really is a special shot. That is absolutely brilliant from Ruize. To take that green on was so brave, and he does deserve to win this frame now. What a shot.
A candidate for shot of the tournament. And if he goes on to win this evening, he'll look back on that as one of the key moments. What bottle under pressure.
And you really just cannot fault the intent from Ruize, can you? He's not trying to not lose this game, he's trying to win it. What a shot to take on.
He needs pink and black for a more Big steal. John Higgins looked certain to win this frame. He missed a brown when he was in. And Wu Yize has conjured a massively important clearance to the black to steal it, courtesy of that nerveless and quite brilliant green. Look at this again. Absolutely superb. He had to play it at that pace to be on the brown. He went all out for it, and he's been rewarded to lead 7-4. Well, that feels extremely big. Wu Yize has come up with a tremendous steal when it looked at one stage, Stephen, as though John Higgins was definitely going to be closing to just one behind again.
Yeah, and he really should have won that frame, John. He had a great chance right bang in amongst them, and, you know, they really were all perfect for him, but very quickly lost control of his cue ball, and then the break seemed to just unravel. Wu Yize was in first, of course, did have the chance, took on that plant to the right corner pocket, and then after a few safety shots decided to fully commit to this long red. Missed it, got very close to it, and then John stepped up with what was looking like a frame winning contribution, but as I say, he broke down very quickly, and frames like that are absolutely massive in the context of big finals. Wu Yize had no right to win this frame. This was the brown that John missed. He should never have been under the side cushion. And eventually, that's where the frame kind of ended for John. Wu Yize knocks this good red into the middle pocket, and after a few shots gets a good chance, but the green that he knocks in a few moments' time, undoubtedly one of the shots of the tournament.
And the double wasn't too shabby either. Just when Higgins looked like he played a very good escape to not leave any for Wu, but you're never safe with this guy. And this shot, I mean, to play it as he did, knowing if he missed it, he's almost certainly done the frame. Superb. Wonderful character being shown by the young man. He thoroughly deserves to be 7-4 up. John Higgins is back in big trouble in this final. Right now, he's being thoroughly outplayed by Wu Yize. He was in the first session and was maybe a little fortunate to only be one behind. But now he's 3 behind again at 7-4, courtesy of a tremendous little clearance from Wu Yize. And the shot on the green speaks volumes for his ability, but also his temperament. The fearlessness of youth, Stephen.
Yeah, I'm not sure in 10 years' time that he'd be so inclined to play that shot when he's peppered with battle scars, but as you say, absolutely fearless. But that tells us how he's feeling out there, and it also shows us how he wants to approach this final. He wants to leave all his cards on the table. He doesn't want to walk away with any regrets, and you cannot fault that. What a green he's just knocked in.
As you say, though, that doesn't take away from the fact that Higgins knows he should have won that frame. He just lost the cue ball for once. The break became steadily more challenging, and in the end he was left with that tricky brown to the yellow pocket. He missed it. And that was the beginning of his problems in that frame, but Wu Yize coming up with the goods again to get himself within 3 of the title. It's still a lot to do. He's nowhere near the winning line yet, but the way he's playing, the confidence he's showing, it all augurs well right now.
Well, pick that one out. Another superb piece of cueing from Wu Yize. He's absolutely pured it once again, middle of the pocket. And looking to get right bang in amongst them once again. He really is a talent, isn't he? The ball striking is absolutely tremendous. It seems as if he's just playing on instinct at the moment, not thinking too much out there, which is an unbelievable place to be. Quite often players get involved emotionally out in the arena and get wrapped up in their own thoughts, and it can spiral out of control. He's just playing the game at the minute. I wonder if that will continue.
He won the World Under-21 Championship when he was just 14. And as mentioned, when he was 15, he very nearly beat Higgins in this tournament as a wild card. That was an early indication of his potential, which is being realised before our very eyes.
Taking a very similar path this match as Ruiz's semi-final did against the world champion Zhao Xingtong. There was a big frame at the end of that first session that he lost, but then came back in the evening and really did respond, raced into a big lead, and then just was able to control the game from there on out. And that's the difference with this match for Ruiz. It's kind of in his hands at the moment. And I tell you what will also be in his mind right now, Phil, that black.
Yeah. 5 reds, 5 blacks. We had a maximum in qualifying from Gary Wilson in this event. We had 1 here at the venue by Zach Surety. We've had 14 for the season. 1 off the record set last season.
At this stage of the tournament, the frame is absolutely the most important thing, and look at how quickly he's raced into nearly a 50-point lead already in this frame. He's been going, what, just a couple of minutes, sorry. Fantastic chance to win the frame. Didn't play that one quite as he wanted, a little closer to the side cushion, but still an angle to stay on the black.
He's never made a maximum in professional competition, Ruiz. His highest break, a 144 at last year's World Championship. But as you say, by far and away, the most important thing is to convert this visit, launched by that superb long straight red, into a frame-winning break for 8-4.
Yes, he can't allow himself for a moment here to get too excited over the thought of making a maximum in a big final. He has to win the frame. And here's a moment where he can be forgiven for not playing on the black. Well, he's chosen to play on it.
He's going to need another red to make the frame safe.
Looks as if he's going to have to go into them from this black. Don't miss the pot. Oh, it's fantastic. He's still on a red. I wonder what sort of angle he's got. Can he screw this red in and come across the face of the pink for the black into the left corner? The red is frame ball. Do not miss the red.
If he gets this, Higgins needs 2 snookers. He didn't flinch, did he? He played for the black. He's on the black. This is something else. John Higgins watching on, knowing the frame is surely gone. And if this black goes in, I'm sure Higgins, along with the rest of this crowd, will be willing him to do it. But it looks like he's run out of position on 80. Does that red pass Even if it does, the cue ball's going the wrong way.
Well, he has. He's got work to do here. Can pot the red. I wonder if he'll go thin or maybe even tempted by a double. Either way, the frame is somewhat safe. I think he's going for the double.
Get in. Get in. Get in. Ah, what a pity. What a pity, but another terrific frame from Wu Yize, who's closing in now. This is some display against one of the greats in the history of snooker. He now leads by 4 for the first time at 8-4. Well, another wonderful frame for Wu Yize, and at one stage it was looking like it might be extra special. Superb initial red to get in, Stephen, and then it was all about whether he was going to remain on the black.
Yeah, and you could see his intent right from the off. It was all about the black, and it was important that he took a few seconds on a few shots to just, if anything, make his mind up, because there was a moment here he didn't have to play on the black here, had to just take his medicine, but it was clear, wasn't it, that he was going for the 147, got the frame, won, and then it was all sights on the maximum. Just broke down on this shot. It wasn't a guarantee going into those 4 reds. Another day he catches them differently and lands nicely on one. Had to try and make something happen here. Just catches the near jaw with the double, but a fantastic break nonetheless, and really another message sent to John Higgins that Wu Yize is absolutely ready to win this final, it would seem.
What a resumption it's been this evening for Wu Yize. He is playing quite brilliantly. He did much the same in the first session and was probably a bit disappointed to only be 5-4 up, but this evening he's kicked on again. And John Higgins now in all sorts of trouble at 8-4 down. He's being well and truly outplayed right now. This frame becomes huge for him. Very close, but no cigar, and he's left the red. Wu having just compiled 80, which for a moment looked like it could be the 3rd maximum of the tournament, his first in professional play. And he got the double there, Stephen, on the red. Every chance he was going to make it happen.
Yeah, he was millimetres away from continuing on that maximum attempt, but as we said, the frame was absolutely the most important thing. The maximum would have been a bonus. Because we have the luxury of being able to see the players in between frames, sat in the arena. The focus on Wu Yize's face is quite clear. He looks so dialed in. He's not for a second dropped his guard. He's looking ready to win. He also doesn't mind playing a shot left-handed.
But this time the red stays out, so Higgins wins what could yet prove to be a very significant reprieve. If Wu Yize wins this frame, He's 5 up with 6 to play. But Higgins gets the chance to keep realistic chances of turning this final his way alive. And this is a very big visit for him. Should have won the second frame of the evening. But just looks a little frustrated at the moment, Higgins. He's being battered from pillar to post by Wu Snooker.
Yeah, straight away, it wasn't the best of positional shots from John. At worst, wanted to be straight on this black. Really needed to be high on it. Doesn't want to make contact with the red above the black. That would be his target red to play for. Was able to just nip into that cue ball and still stay on this red. No, Phil, you're absolutely right. This is a must-win frame for John. It's as simple as that. If Wu gets to 9, he most definitely is going to get a chance to win this title. The longer John can keep him on 8, the better for him.
Higgins, of course, had his own rather chastening loss in one of those 5 finals against Neil Robertson at the Tour Championship back in 2022 when he led 9-4. 6 in a row. But the way Wu is playing, Stephen says, if he were to get to 9 in this frame, it's very difficult to make a case for John Higgins from there, so maximum concentration required in this break.
I suppose John has maybe got the chance here to pot this red, then maybe play for the pink. It looks as if he's going for the black. The pink would have just gotten it out of the way. He's got 1 red at the back, which will go to left corner. We'll have to try and move the remaining reds into play. Not easy to do looking at them from this angle, particularly from the black. So it's quite a key shot this now. Black into the reds, looking to catch the right hand red of the main cluster. Look to catch that half ball. Trying to keep that cue ball in the middle of the table. Well, in putting all his attention on the desired cannon, would you believe it? He's missed the black.
And you've got to put some of these surprising errors from Higgins down to the pressure being applied by the quality of Wu Yu's snooker. So the lead 29, nowhere near the number that Higgins wanted in this pivotal frame before the last interval. But that's some riposte. He's not one of the greats for nothing. How about that after the miss black?
Yeah, absolutely. Made all that much better because of the miss black. It's amazing, isn't it? The balls you can miss from right behind them and then knock in an absolute screamer like that. Fantastic shot from John. I think if anything, there might have been a little bit of frustration involved in that strike, because he would have been livid with himself to go back to his seat having missed that black off the dot. chance to put things right now. To the reds. Good shot.
Two outstanding shots from Higgins. Just a little message to his opponent that he's not going to go away. Yes, he's being outplayed in this final so far, but there's still potentially a long way to go, particularly if he can win this frame. Give himself something to build on when they come back from their last interval. And they're all there for him now, and he's created this chance with that brilliant initial red after missing the black and then striking the bunch perfectly.
I think if he wins this frame, John, which he should do now, he'll head to the interval not pleased, but just relieved that he's managed to salvage anything from this first 4-frame session. Of course, you can never write this man off. You'd be silly to, but his level is certainly going to have to improve.
And remember, he was 8-5 down in that topsy-turvy Tour Championship final last season against Mark Selby and reeled off 5 in a row from there to win the title, so this is far from done.
Well, as far as positional shots go, you'll not see a better one than John's just played. Somehow navigated his cue ball around the back of the reds, through the reds, back perfect for the blue. And again, just for a split second, it started to look like he'd just lost control. That fantastic shot has now surely won him this frame.
Ruiz swapped hands for a red to the right corner at the start of this frame, just jawed it. And then Higgins missed the black off its spot going into the bunch, but responded immediately with a fantastic long-range red, and then was able to open that cluster of reds to get himself into a position now where he's a couple of reds away from definitely sealing this frame. Stephen mentioned he was hoping for a 3-1 mini-session scoreline in his favour. It's going to be the other way round, it would seem. But at least he's kept Wu Yize on 8. But what a little session it has been for that man, who's played brilliantly. He really has.
Yeah, and even there, just a good sign, seeing Wu Yize fixated on the table. His focus is still very much on the balls, even though he's not at the table. He's trying to keep himself in that zone, in that little bubble of concentration. It's a very good sign. It's still in his control. Wu Yize has still got good control of this match.
Yes, this frame well and truly over, even though Higgins didn't land on his intended red. And they head to the final interval of this 2025 International Championship. John Higgins has kept his hopes alive by winning that frame, courtesy of a couple of outstanding pots to get himself back in. But it's been Wu Yize's session. He's been brilliant. He leads by 3. He's within 2 of the title. And at the break, he leads by 8 frames to 5.
but the players make it look.
Of his skill and the progress he's making, very encouraging for him.
Yeah, very impressive, and he's such a great guy as well off the table. No doubt he's struggled with self-confidence in the past, and maybe actually a little bit of imposter syndrome. Maybe didn't feel that he belonged on the professional circuit, particularly mixing it with the best players in the world. He certainly does belong there. He's a fantastic player, and this is exactly what he can do.
I mean, what a great red that was, by the way, with the 147 on the line, and then the high black that he had to negotiate. Two terrific shots there.
Yeah, of course, he made a 147 on table one against Ding in China, didn't he? Last season, I think it was, which shows you that he can stand up to the utmost pressure. No doubt he was feeling wobbly legs that day when he made that max against Ding, but just doing what most of the players do day in, day out now here. But of course, this isn't a practice match. This is out in a big tournament. A great moment for Zach, now a double maximum maker.
Yeah, a fantastic break. It's always special. It doesn't matter how many there are. Every time you make one, particularly in a big event like this, it's something to savour, and that was brilliant from Zach Shurty on his way to a victory over Aaron Hill. Of course, he made the quarterfinals, well beaten in the end by Stephen Maguire. These are the maximum breaks of this season. Of course, Ronnie O'Sullivan incredibly had two on the same evening in the semi-finals of the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters. Jackson Page becoming the first player to make two in a single match in World Championship qualifying last season, but that's the roll of honour. Aaron Hill, who of course was Shurty's opponent just there, he made one in Jian. Judd Trump as well. Gary Wilson in this tournament. Ali Carter in the English Open against Aaron Hill, who beat him in that match. Zhou Yulong. Tep Chaya, who's missed quite a few on the final black, but he's had plenty as well. Xiao Guodong, who's now won back-to-back Wuhan Open titles. That is the roll of honour, and I suspect we're going to have plenty more before this 2025-26 season is out. Well, what a finale we have in store. Wu Yi's certainly in the box seat at the moment here in Nanjing, but still with 2 frames to play. Can John Higgins mount another big comeback? We'll find out very shortly. Wu 8-5 up. So we'll have a brief look at the last 2 frames of that little mini session before the players return for the final doings here in Nanjing. And the penultimate frame of that little mini session saw another great break from Wu, and we've actually not seen the initial red, Stephen, but that was another very pure, as you put it, piece of cueing.
Yeah, it was a really important frame because it came after the one that John was well in front. John should have won the previous frame, and then this match all of a sudden had a completely different dynamic. But Wu Yi's got himself nicely in very early on in this frame, and right from the off it just felt like he was going to keep himself on the black for as long as possible. There was no reason to stray elsewhere. course, it was absolutely imperative that he potted this black to make sure the frame was well and truly on the board. Another day that cannon goes a little differently and didn't need to play the double, but had to play it there and got very close to it. It's a shame that stayed out. What a moment that would have been. This could be a big moment. We'll soon find out. Decided to play that red left-handed. He's played a lot of shots left-handed, looks very comfortable with it. Very good with it as well, in fact, and that time that one went astray. But what it did do is just provide a glimmer of hope for John Higgins, who stepped up well with a few real good pots. That red was great. This next brown to follow was fantastic also, into the reds. And then it was a formality from there on out.
Yes, and of course, prior to those two excellent shots, the long red and the split of the pack of reds, Higgins had missed a black in going into the pack, so to respond so quickly as he did, the mark of a great champion, which of course he is, whatever happens for the remainder of this final. But there's not much room to manoeuvre now for Higgins. 8-5 down and a race to 10. The way Wu Yiza is playing and how composed he looks at the moment. Of course, the nerves could yet kick in. So close to such a big prize in front of his home fans, no less. But right now, it's Wu Yiza in charge of this international championship final. £175,000 and points go to the winner, of course. Remember, Wu Yiza will be in the world's top 16 for the first time if he lifts the trophy, which means he'll be a seed for the upcoming UK Championship at the York Barbican. And the offshoot of that would be that Chris Wakelin would slip down to the qualifiers in Wigan. But there's still some way to go. Still 2 frames away. Tantalisingly close, but not there yet. What can Higgins do about it? We'll find out very shortly. So the players will be back very shortly for the final act of this international championship. Of course, it was another home favourite, Ding Junhui, the godfather of Chinese snooker, the Marlon Brando of this sport for China, who won the title 12 months ago. His first in 5 years since his third UK crown. It was a big moment for him. His wife and daughter were in the arena live to see him pop on the winning balls and lift the trophy. So it was an emotional victory for Ding, who of course has done so much for the sport in this country. Without his achievements, I guess we wouldn't be seeing the likes of Wu Yiza and before him Xiao Xintong, the now world champion. They have a lot to thank him for, but in the meantime, it's all about this final mini session. John Higgins, 8-5 down, 10 is the target to be champion. Higgins has won this before, of course. A decade ago, he got the better of Dave Gilbert to lift this trophy, one of 33 ranking titles for him. Only Hendry and O'Sullivan are ahead of him. For Wu, it would be his very first.
And immediately round to eye up this long red. Well, he doesn't refuse many, and that's why. What a confident pot that he's just knocked in. Not just the pot itself, but the control of the cue ball. Another wonderful shot. It's clear, isn't it? The focus is well and truly in his eyes. He's completely dialed in. I think he realizes he's got a great opportunity here, but he's not allowing himself to think of what this win will mean and what it will do for his career. He's just playing the balls at the minute.
Big shot coming up here. If this goes right, he could be in business.
how he's played that shot. Didn't go into them with too much pace. He had enough angle on the black to do a lot of the work for him in terms of what the cue ball was doing. It was always going into the reds, he just had to control it. That's that cue ball to run. Yeah, he's okay.
I think control is the word, and Stephen touched on it earlier. There were moments in the first session as well as he played where maybe he was just suffering from a bit of a rush of blood, a couple of ambitious shots that went astray. But this evening he's been a picture of calm, and what about that for a shot? He could do with a bit of luck though, and he hasn't had it, and you've got to say that's unfortunate. Played the aggressive shot as usual, could have easily landed on one.
Yes, he got a pretty good connection there to the reds. Caught one full ball, which usually would mean they're going to open nicely and possibly the cue ball will stay in the middle of the table, but it hasn't done. He's got to keep his discipline here with Ruiz. Can't always pot balls. Sometimes he can't even pot his way out of trouble. At times, you've got to play a real telling safety shot. Again, another chance at a long red, hand on table. A little bit of work to be done though this time with the cue ball. It's not as guaranteed as some of them have been. May have to inject a little bit of pace and possibly backspin on the cue ball to get out of trouble. That makes the pot much more difficult. You can see he does find it hard to refuse anything. Doing the right thing though, just setting himself. Oh, again. That is absolutely outrageous. He is such a talented potter from distance. Another absolute blinder from Ruiz.
Right now it's hard to say that he's not the best in that department. There are plenty of great long potters, but the way Wu's knocking them in at the moment with such confidence, none better.
Of course, we're putting a lot of attention on just what a special evening it will be for Ruiz, and of course that's only natural. There's a lot of excitement around this young player, and should he go on to lift this title, it could be the start of something very big. But it's important not to forget about the man he's playing, John Higgins. If he was to turn this match around from this position, no less because of how well Ruiz is playing, I can't imagine there'll be too many victories in his time that will feel as good as that. Feels like an uphill battle though, doesn't it, the way Ruiz is potting them at the moment.
And a bit like Jack Lazowski in Northern Ireland, who won his maiden title, of course, it's not as though the draw has opened up for Wu. On the contrary, he's had to beat the world #1 from 4-0 down, Judd Trump. He's had to beat the world champion, Zhao Xintong, back in form this week. And now he's got to beat one of the greatest players ever to pick up a cue. So if he does lift the trophy, it will have been well and truly earned.
So it was quite an important decision that he made there. He had the chance to go up for the black or the option to go up for the blue. Could go into them here. That's what he's played. And again, they haven't really opened. He's been quite fortunate there. That little nudge the pink has just made to that red has just pushed it onto the right middle pocket. But for that, he may have been on nothing. Little puff of the cheeks because you almost can't believe he's not landed nicer. But he does still have the chance to keep this break going. But he's missed the red.
Never easy when you're aiming at barely half a pocket, if that. It's got to be absolutely spot on. So Wu, with a couple of chances on both occasions, he could have had a bit more fortune in landing on something easier. But Higgins back at the table, only 34 behind. This is very much his territory normally, but he's under a lot of pressure now, of course. There's not much wiggle room from here at 8-5 down.
Well, he didn't want it straight on this red, John. Limited now to what he can do with the cue ball. In fact, all he can do really is just drop the red in and leave a tough black. As long as he can avoid the underside of the reds, he can put all his focus into potting this black. The natural angle may take him off the side cushion. There's reds available. You could just drop it to the side cushion, in fact. Go on a red to middle. He's missed the black. That all came about from the previous black playing on that red on the side cushion. Landing dead straight was worst case scenario really for John. Could not do anything with the cue ball. And at any stage of a game, never a nice shot to have to play that black.
So Wu gets a third opportunity to go within one frame of the title.
Well, he'll have done the maths here. He'll know that he'll need some of those 5 reds that are currently tied up in play. Don't think any of them pot anywhere.
Yeah, all sorts of noise in the arena. That's been very much part of the fabric of this tournament, but right now it seems that Wu is impervious to any possible distractions. He's looked that way from the moment he was introduced by the MC. Absolutely a picture of focus, concentration. He's been measured in this session. Yes, we've seen the barnstorming pots, but there's been a real degree of control to go with the snooker from him so far.
Yeah, and again, control control is the word you would use to describe that previous shot. Didn't go into them not knowing what was going to happen, chancing the outcome to luck. It was absolutely as played. He found the perfect line from the blue there. Beautiful pace into the reds, just nestled a few into play. And of course, a few was all he needed.
50 in front, 59 left. So, a red and a colour for 9-5. John Higgins had the opportunity, left himself with an awkward black, overcut it. And now he's going to have to be close to perfect, and even that may not be good enough given the quality of his opponent's snooker. The last question to be asked of Wu is, how will he handle the pressure in getting over the line? So far, he's looked a picture of calm, but the biggest frame of all is still to be won. Well, he's gone in off. There's 43 left. Higgins is crunching the numbers. I think he is going to come back. The difference, so it's 3 snookers for Higgins. There's always the chance though of a free ball.
None is very close to actually being a free ball, wasn't it? Higgins will have a good look. He's pretty sure that it isn't. He can get through to both sides of that red, but there's quite an unnecessary mistake that from Ruiz, trying to go round the houses, potting the black. Never for a moment would he have considered catching bought colours and going in off.
If there's one player you don't want to give a squeak in this situation, it's John Higgins. Still a long way back for Higgins, but it's just a ray of light through the door which shouldn't have existed.
Yeah, a good shot to just move that red away from beneath the black. That was a clear target for John to lay a nasty snooker. The red by the pink may also be as well. Just wonder if John will be seduced into taking this long red on, this lone red to left corner. If he misses it, he'll probably lose the frame, but if he gets it, the black is guaranteed, and that red next to the pink is a good chance for a snooker. No, it was a big shot.
Relief for Wu to see that one stay out, because there was definitely an opportunity there for Higgins had it dropped. And it's still not done. So this frame belatedly becoming just a little nervy, even though Wu at the moment is hot favourite to win it. He's not quite over the line after the foul just now, when it looked definitely to be 9-5 his way. Double kiss from Higgins though. So if this red goes in, it's end of frame. Oh, very nearly an in-off, although of course 8 points had come off the table anyway. User from 5-4 on the resumption is going to be 9-5 up, and within a frame of becoming a ranking champion. And on the balance of play, you'd have to say that scoreline reflects what we've seen today in a compelling final. How much further to go? User 9-5 up. Another big frame has gone on Wu Yi's side of the roster, and another spellbinding red. He makes them look like they're over the hole. He is a wonderful long potter. He's been knocking them in like that all day, in fact all week. Remember, he was 4-0 down to Judd Trump. And from there, he has played amazing snooker. 12 frames in a row against Trump and Hawkins combined. Victory over Zhao Jintong in the semis, and now on the cusp against Higgins. There was just the possibility, Stephen, of a late twist there, but it didn't materialise.
Yeah, it took a couple of bites at the cherries for Wu Yiza to get over the line in this frame. The mistake came really when John was in and landed straight on the red to right corner. Couldn't really do anything with the shot, missed the black, and then Wu Yiza did enough. Of course, the in-off in the end didn't prove to come to anything for John Higgins. The frame was well and truly gone, and we're going to learn a lot about Wu Yiza in the next few moments. If he gets a chance, can he get this match won?
Wu Yiza 4 up with 5 to play in the International Championship final against John Higgins, who's got to win the remaining 5 frames to deny 22-year-old Chinese his first ranking title. Not a bad start in finding the ball cushion with his break. Higgins, remember, did win 5 straight frames from 8-5 down against Mark Selby to claim his 33rd ranking title at the Tour Championship last season, hot off the heels of the World Open, which ended that 5-year drought. If he could do it again in this position against his opponent playing as he's done, it would be one of his finest ever achievements.
Well, you will not see a better pot. Tight underneath the baulk cushion there. That was all his eggs in one basket, really. Look at where he was leaving the cue ball. There were 2 reds available for Wu Yiza. Now, you can never, ever write this man off, but that sort of shot is going to have to consistently find the back of the pocket if John Higgins is going to turn this match around. But what an opening red that was. Superb. You could see as he was stood behind the red, in his mind he'd accepted, I think, that if he missed it, it might be the last shot he played.
Certainly opened the reds nicely, but there's pressure on every shot now for John Higgins. He knows his next mistake could well be his last shot of the tournament.
This is no gimme. A bit of a cut back into a semi-blind pocket. Cue ball compromised as well. He's missed the red.
Just too high.
The split was where it went wrong. Going into the pack, just got a little bit too much backspin on it and got very close to that, but it was never in. So Wu Yiza gets his chance, and look at the balls. He's not had to work at all for this opportunity. They're all there.
Wonder how the heart rate is right now. As we've discussed, he's looked so composed throughout this final, particularly this evening. this is now the biggest frame of his life.
Well, he was desperate to see that cue ball run on to be on the blue, and it just about has. It's such a good chance this at any other stage of a game. Of course, the frame to win your first title, it might not be straightforward, but he couldn't have wished for a better opportunity. He's got balls north of the blue, which means
6.
he's always got them as options to bail out on at some point as well. High value colours, all three in play.
7.
Of course, this event in the last couple of seasons has been dominated really by Chinese players. Zhang Anda won it 2 years ago, Ding Junhui last year, and could we be about to see another star born?
14.
It's about staying in the moment, taking each shot in isolation, trying to manage those adrenaline levels which will inevitably be building.
And this is really where you learn so much about yourself as a player. All the years and hours of practice are all for moments like this, when you get into a position and you've got the tournament within your grasp. Can you stand up? Are you strong enough to take the chance? He's been absolutely brilliant this week, Ruiza. He really has. But he's missed.
And you have to put that down to the pressure of the moment. That is the first sign of weakness we've seen from Wu Yize in this final. That was a golden chance and it slipped by. Not a particularly difficult shot with the rest in normal circumstances. These aren't. Be sure that John Higgins has clocked that moment. Hang on, hang on. A reprieve I suspect Higgins didn't think he'd get.
Well, Ruiza faltered on a red with the rest against Zhao Xingtong when he was edging towards the winning line in the semi-final. And that little break that he was on there just seemed to go wrong pretty quickly. When you're under the most pressure, you want everything to be straightforward. You want to be right behind your next ball. So John Higgins breathes again.
Higgins has covered the blue spot. So it goes on to the pink.
12.
The only other one available.
All John can do now is just keep Ruiza honest. If he gets his chances, the best he can do is take them. Clearly, it would have to be a pretty significant turnaround. And I think really it would have to be quite a big collapse for Ruiz not to get this match won the way he has played, but of course he has just missed when he had a great chance to get it won.
Higgins can empathise, as mentioned earlier, to a championship final 3 years ago. When Robertson was in an even more parlous position at 9-4 down, somehow won 10-9. Higgins had chances to get over the line, he couldn't take them. They'll be hoping the tables are turned today.
Well, he's perfectly placed now to take this frame, John. Can't imagine John will have any thoughts of a comeback just yet. Just trying to stay in the moment himself. Of course, with every frame that he gets on the board, it is just mounting the pressure on Ruiz.
Goes to 35, so this pink for 41 and then red colour to close the gap to 9-6. Again, there's noise in the arena, but surely Higgins isn't going to falter here. Certainly a mental test now for Ruiz, because that was a gilt-edged opportunity to get the final one. Bury that thought and just concentrate on the next frame. Because you can be certain that John Higgins is not going to hand it to him. He's going to have to earn it.
Yeah, that's right. You don't win what John Higgins has won and do what he's done in this game if he doesn't believe he can still win this match. At times he probably hasn't thought it, but he is still in.
There's only 35 left. Ruiz has conceded. Wu had a great chance there to become champion. He missed a red with the rest. John Higgins has done the rest to close the gap. Well, there's chances to win your first big title go. It was a good one Higgins knocking in that quite magnificent long red from under the baulk rail. But the break didn't last too long, and it gave Wu the chance. This was the red he missed a little too high. And look at the table. And he played this to perfection, as it turned out. Was just in danger of snookering himself on the blue, but he landed perfectly. And at this stage, Stephen, you would have backed him to finish the job.
Yeah, had it not have been the frame to win a title for the first time, you could have pretty much chalked that one up on the board for Wu Yize. He just sort of walked his way out of position there, had to play that red with the rest when there was a number of other reds he maybe could have played. I mean, there were so many in play at that point that it felt like something had to drastically go wrong for him to not make a substantial contribution there, but ultimately the red with the rest was quite a nervy one, and John Higgins stepped up and did what you expect. He took the chance.
So on we go. John Higgins showing his usual match play tenacity to keep this final alive after Wu Yize missed with the rest when he had the chance to close out victory and become the champion. 9-6. Higgins needs the remaining 4 frames. Not the best break off. Cue ball on the baulk line and on table. That's normally trouble where Wu's concerned. It's a slightly different mindset now for him. But more of the same.
Yeah, he really is scary from distance. I think from what we've seen, you'd rather lead Wu Yize in amongst them, but with a shot that he has to play with the rest than leave him a long ball, because he just doesn't miss them from range. And that's a nicely played shot as well. That is really, really good.
Beautifully cued, wasn't it? Because had he missed it, this chance would have fallen to Higgins.
And again, brave there to play that queuing down over a ball with the opposite hand. He just left the auditorium after the previous frame, no doubt didn't actually need the toilet. It was probably just to have a little word with himself, just a little G up. Just continue on what you've been doing to get to this point. Still in control of the match. It's all these things you tell yourself as a player out there in the arena, just to not allow the emotions to get the better of you. Again, another very well controlled positional shot there. Free chance to bring more reds into play. Executed nicely. So once again, we've arrived. Another good chance for Wu Yize. It's by no means as clear-cut as the previous frame. There will be some cannons played at some point to those reds. You can see they are spread slightly, but all covering one another, but the lone red to the right. Again, decision making is vital at this stage of a game. When is the correct time to go into them, and also how to go into them. He's going to have a good angle on this blue. So it may be time to roll the dice. He's got to get reds into play. Yeah, that's good. He'd love to be on this red to right corner and be able to get behind the black for the black into the same pocket. That then opens the black up once again. I just wonder if he'll play another cannon. He might need one. Well, the nerves will really start to jangle now. If he can pop the black and flick the right red of them all, he'll be on one to left corner. If he chooses to just drop the black in, he'll be low on that red. There's no guarantees positionally after that. Again, important decision to be made here. He's played the cannon and he's played it to perfection.
Is that the shot that opens up a chance of clinching the title for Wu Yize? What a moment for him.
55.
All of this looks routine, but given what's at stake right now, every shot is a pressure shot.
And in contrast to the previous frame, this came off his own doing. A long red, a trademark long red that he's knocked in so consistently all week. Created this chance for himself, and he's now 2 pots away from being a ranking event champion.
Yes, the lead goes to 68. There are only 75 left. This for the title. What a story. Remember, he was 4-0 down, seemingly out against Judd Trump, the world #1. He proceeded to win 12 straight frames. There's the clench of the fist. He knows it's done. John Higgins will also know he's been outplayed by the 22-year-old from China.
What a special moment this is. What a week it's been for him. Absolutely deserves to be champion. He's played sublime all week and he's stood up so well to John Higgins today. The level that he's reached, how far can this boy go? What a player.
He made 3 centuries in the first session in leading 5-4. It could have been more. But he started like a train this evening with 3 consecutive frames. A slight wobble in the previous one, but you wouldn't have thought so to look at the way he's clinched it. In style, in clinical fashion. Think back to that green that he potted at pocket weight.
Yeah, what a shot that was to play at that stage of the game. So brave, but that's his reward for being so brave. And another century break to boot, to finish off. What a player, what a match this has been.
To tie the record for a player in a tournament outside of the World Championship, Mark Allen having done so 7 years ago in this event. Whichever way you look at it, this has been a truly special week for Wu Yize, one he will never forget. And he's taken a giant leap in his career. That red doesn't matter, it's all over. Wu Yize, superstar in the making, is a ranking champion for the first time, embraced by John Higgins. He's beaten the world #1, he's beaten the world champion, he's now toppled one of the all-time greats in front of his home crowd, no less, to become international championship champion for 2025. What a story, what a performance. Wu Yize has beaten John Higgins for the title by 10 frames to 6. can only guess at his emotions right now. What a special moment, not only, Stephen, for Wu Yize, but for the game at large.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a momentous performance and you're right.